Oh man, here we go. It's quite loud in the background. People here are celebrating Deepavali Day. Safe data exists. Yes. So there's like a lot of fireworks in the background. Espanol. Voice language. I'm tempted to do Japanese, but we'll go with English for now. Unable to connect to server. Unable to connect to network. Okay. Okay. English. Inglés. Unable to connect. Okay. Okay. Speed tree. All right, we're gonna try Chinese now. No, that's Japanese. Unable to connect. Unable to connect. Whoa. Okay. Let's go try Espanol. We'll try Espana. Not a good start. No se ha estableciendo la conexión a servidor. Error al conectar a la red. Okay, that didn't work. We'll try a different language. How do I exit? Alt F4. I can't Alt F4. Okay, task manager, I guess. Do I get the plushie? That's the question. We'll check the Steam discussions. Error, the beta isn't available yet. Man. Beta testing the connection. I was so hyped too. I was so hyped. Ah, hype crushed. So much hype. And for what? For nothing. It's okay, Woo Woo. It's just the fireworks. Woo Woo's scared. She's like pacing around the house whining. Because this is like her first time hearing fireworks. Meanwhile, Chocho's just like chill. He doesn't. Chocho gives no fucks. He gives zero fucks about fireworks. He's a strong, independent black woman who don't give a shit. Who don't need no man. Maybe I just need to restart. Let's go see. Nope. I demand a refund. I want a refund for my free beta test. This game is destroying my memory whenever I launch it. Look at my undo history. It's like wiped out. What the fuck? Yeah, and I have to like edit my memory again. What the heck? Wait. I have like... That should still be enough, right? I've been doing some reorganizing, shifting some stuff between drives. Anyway, memory. Compact now. Can't even play, network is down. Yeah. Oh, the beta, it's not even beta time yet. That's why. What time is beta? Okay. Okay, so Steam right here, right? Pre-download. 31st, today's 31st. I already have it pre-downloaded, but the test period, Thursday, 31st October, around 3 a.m. GMT. What is current GMT? Current Greenwich Mean Time. Wait, does that mean it's like tomorrow for me? Wait, no. Okay, the test period. The test period is Monday, 4th November, 2024. We're still 5 days off. No! Oh, that's annoying. That's why it's not working. That's why. It's from 1st till 4th. No, that's for PlayStation. For Steam, it's like 4th only. Wait. No, it ends on the 4th. It starts at the 1st, so tomorrow. Wait. It starts at 3 a.m. on Hey, shut the fuck up! Woo woo! Good job! Calm down, Jesus. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Friday 1st. Greenwich Mean Time? Current GMT time is 2, I guess, like, wait, 2 p.m. 31st, if I'm reading this correctly, right? So in military time, subtract 12, so it's like, yeah, it's like 2 p.m. on the 31st. So that means I can't stream until... I have to wait until tomorrow. Fuck. Well, that's disappointing. At least you're not gonna wait until 4th when it ends. That's true. Glad I double checked there. Like, why am I not connecting? I should probably change the name of this live stream. Otherwise, people will be angry that I clickbaited them. There we go. Nah, I changed it. It's not Monster Hunter Beta anymore. It's just Project Nova. I don't do clickbait on this channel. This is a clickbait-free channel. It's okay, Woo Woo. Okay. You scared, huh? You scared. Scared because of the fireworks. Look at Sophie. Hey. Woo Woo needs a hug. Yeah, it's pretty scary outside, huh? Okay, go on now. Got work to do. Got work to do. Ah. Okay. I will remember. Alright. I have a pretty good memory. I won't forget. Yes, mistress. Whatever you say, princess. Oh, yes. I'm gonna turn off the mic. There's too much fireworks. Too many fireworks. I can't even hear anything.
I want to begin this review the same way I did my Final Fantasy XVI review, which is to say that reviews are opinions. This is my opinion and my opinion only. I expect that there will be a broad range of opinions on Dragon Age the Valguard, and I encourage you to seek them out. I do not have a monopoly on truth. As I've said many times before, I'm just a nerd with a microphone and a YouTube account. My opinion is no more or less valuable than anybody else's. Okay? Alright, so Dragon Age the Veilguard is a colossal disappointment. I really can't put it any other way. I spent 50 hours playing this, and it was time I desperately wish that I could get back. I started having my doubts at around the 10-hour mark. I was thoroughly checked out at the 20-hour mark, and the remaining 30 hours were just excruciatingly painful as I was forced to suffer through the endless morass of banality that is Dragon Age the Veilguard. In many ways, Veilguard is a bigger disappointment than Anthem was. Like, if I was to hand LeBron a tennis racket, I'd expect to see some pretty shitty tennis. BioWare never had any business making a looter shooter, and so when Anthem flopped, its failure was easily explained, easily reconciled. But if I hand LeBron a basketball, I expect to see some fucking points on the board, and it's impossible to imagine a bigger home court advantage than this for BioWare. The Dragon Age franchise, one of their most beloved and most successful, no pressure from EA to cram in all sorts of live service bullshit like it was meant to have at one point, but they pivoted away from that years ago. There's no in-game cash up here, there was obviously plenty of development time and budget, there was the freedom for BioWare to make a BioWare-ass BioWare game, without any compromises, and without any excuses. In no way, shape, or form did BioWare meet the moment and capitalize on the opportunity that was handed to them. Dragon Age the Veilguard apes the most superficial elements of a BioWare game, making no effort to modernize what is a now fairly dated formula, while delivering absolutely none of the writing, characterization, and imagination that made its previous games so great. The writing is frankly terminal. It lacks any nuance or wit or wisdom. It cannot communicate ideas except to say them aloud to the camera. It manufactures petty, unbelievable tension because it doesn't know how to create anything more real, and it's too scared to ever be truly confronting or dark for fear that it might make the audience uncomfortable. Every interaction between the companions feels like HR is in the room, and every interaction led by the main character, Rook, sounds like he's addressing an under-12 soccer team before a semi-final, or teaching toddlers how to properly share toys. The way you build relationships with your companions is so woefully outdated, drawn-out quest lines completely divorced from the main plot, starring disposable villains and recycling the same settings, enemies, and bosses you find elsewhere. The romance system feels equally antiquated, heavily reliant on the "we'll bang, okay" button, even when it doesn't make sense for that to be an option, with no supporting systems behind it to make your romance decisions feel believable or consequential. The world design is so weird. I have never encountered worlds quite like this. They feel more like Overwatch maps than actual explorable spaces, and they're littered with puzzles so mind-numbingly stupid that I wonder how little BioWare must think of our ability to solve puzzles. And the combat is like, man, shallow is too kind a word. The lack of enemy variety, the sponginess of those enemies, how limited your control over party members is, it all makes combat so utterly mindless and so breathtakingly repetitive. Let me put it this way, I spoke to 2 other reviewers who both ended up lowering the difficulty to the easiest setting, not because it was hard, but because it was just so drawn out and so boring. I've never done that before for any game that I've reviewed, but I did it at the 40-hour mark here, and I swear to God, I wish I did it 20 hours earlier. I know how brutal all of this sounds, and I want to be super clear that I desperately wanted it to be different. I really did. I am aware of the stakes surrounding this game and what it means for BioWare's future, and I was praying so hard that BioWare's
I'm calling it now. BioWare, a Microsoft company.
next game would be a fucking banger, and that the future...
They're already bought by Sony though, right? Wait, who... I know like BioWare's under something. Aren't they like under EA? Yeah, they're under EA. Okay, never mind. EA, a Microsoft company.
the studio would be secure, and that we'd all be looking forward to a Mass Effect game, but I cannot say any of those things, because the honest truth is that barring a few exceedingly rare moments, there wasn't a single aspect of Dragon Age the Veilguard that I actually enjoyed, and there are very few games that I play that I can say that of.
I know you're hurt, Nev, but the rest of us need to do something.
Like most BioWare games, Dragon Age the Veilguard begins here in character creation. It is flexible in the sense that it has plenty of options and sliders, but it's all limited by one central constraint, and that's the game's very stylized aesthetic. Characters do not look like real people. They look like Pixar or DreamWorks characters. You think I'm exaggerating? This is Prince Charming from Shrek. Are you going to tell me this man wouldn't slot right into the Veilguard aesthetic? Man, you could drop him in right now as a companion character and no one would bat an eyelid. It's obviously a choice that BioWare made. You don't accidentally end up with characters that look like this. On one hand, I respect it because they really swung for something different here. Absolutely. On the other hand, I really dislike how these characters look. I just don't like it. And I think it's a massive downgrade versus what this series has previously offered. Like, this is the new Morrigan, for example. If you've never played Dragon Age before,
Ew, what
this
the
might
fuck?
not mean anything to you, but if you have played it, then this rendition is gonna look pretty weird. There are other returning characters making cameos in this game. Stuff BioWare
They
has asked us
butchered
not to spoil,
Morrigan.
so I can't show it to you, but putting
No.
the new models
How could
side
they?
by side with the old models, it's pretty crazy to see how much worse they look here in Veilguard. Nothing compares, though, to what they did to the Qunari. Like, holy
shit.
hell, I have no idea what they were thinking. This is how they used to look in the Inquisition. Like, truly badass and intimidating. And this is how they look in Veilguard. I mean, how on earth could BioWare have landed on these designs and thought, yep, that's it, ship it? The Qunari redesign looks comically bad. And it's also kind of lazy because now instead of looking like a truly distinct race with a different facial structure,
No.
the Qunari now just look like humans with horns. It really sucks. These character designs are distracting and they weaken the game's ability to deliver emotional moments. I don't think your characters need to look realistic for you to have a strong connection to them. There are millions of games that disprove that point. But this uncanny valley thing, this half human, half cartoon thing, it catches on the eye the same way an off note catches on the ear. It's hard not to be distracted by just how odd everyone looks. And in the more tense emotional scenes, I found that their fake plastic faces made it harder for me to buy into whatever emotional distress they were selling. This is further compounded by BioWare's approach to facial animations, which is extremely outdated in 2024, especially for a game where you spend so much time looking at characters' faces. Like, take this example when my character is angrily trying to convince the Grey Wardens to act.
We don't have time to play Who's the Greyest Warden. You need to shut up and listen. The threat is real. The gods are coming, and they're bringing the Blight with them.
Or this clip when Rook is dressing down the team after a setback.
Last I checked, there are 2 gods out there. They've got plans, and we're falling behind. And if it wasn't clear enough after Demeter's crossing, it's clear now. They'll rain disease and death across Thedas unless we stop them.
In both instances, you really can't see the emotion that the voice actor is delivering. Compare those to this outburst from Cassandra 9 years ago in Dragon Age Inquisition.
Then we looked for Hawk, but he was gone too. We thought it all connected, but no. It was just you. You kept him from us.
Now look, for my money, Cassandra's face here looks angry and expressive. I'm not only hearing her rage, but I am seeing it too. And Veilguard never manages to make these two things line up. Setting aside the more contemporary comparisons you could make to stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 or Cyberpunk or Guardians of the Galaxy, BioWare was doing faces and facial animations better nearly a decade ago, and that sadly is commentary that could be extended to almost every aspect of Dragon Age: The Veilguard.
Character sounds
The
like
one
Josh
exception to this, I
Schweifes.
think, is the visual design.
Wait, you mean
of
the
environments,
narrator?
which are regularly stunning. I don't like how these spaces are
Oh,
laid
no
out.
way, you're like a couple seconds behind me. Yeah. Does he? I wasn't paying much attention.
Doing them, but they do
So
look
just like
really
generic-
nice. There's a range of
generic
settings
British
from
man
cityscapes
voice.
to forests to darkened
Maybe.
swamps to old hollowed out Grey Warden fortresses, and they all look great in their own way. They each feel visually cohesive with unique architectural styles and color palettes that create a very strong sense of space and place. As I said, I never enjoyed being in these environments, but I did enjoy looking at them. I will also say that Veilguard runs extraordinarily well on a high-end PC, which doesn't always happen all the time, by the way, right? I played this at 4K ultra settings, ray tracing enabled, and even without DLSS frame generation, I was still able to hit over 100 frames per second very easily. With lower settings, with lower resolutions, with ray tracing off, and with frame generation as an option,
I wonder, why does like character art suck all of a sudden? Like, art used to be such a guaranteed thing that would be good. now like you see all these games released with like the worst fucking art ever. I just don't understand why.
I think there's a huge amount of headroom for this game to run
They
really
need to
well
stop.
on lower end.
These companies need to stop outsourcing art. Fucking pisses me off. They need to stop outsourcing it to like third world countries where, like, no offense, Zakaria, but like, there needs to be some more seniority in art.
PCs, but I haven't personally tested that, and I also couldn't test console performance. I also do know
have to
that
pay
this game
artists
is on
more as
Steam
well.
Day one instead of just being on the EA launcher, which is fantastic. It's also Steam Deck verified, which is great. Most impressive of all, it's DRM free, which is a boon for not only performance but also for game preservation. I really applaud EA for making these moves, and hopefully it's something that they'll continue to do in their future releases. The bottom line, when it comes to visuals and performance, Dragon Age the Veilguard is yet another reminder of how much more important art direction is over technical wizardry. Yes, the environments look really nice and the game runs well, but the main deliverable of a BioWare experience is a compelling saga starring a cast of characters.
What happens
who
when you
feel
lay off all your
believable.
senior talent?
The weird,
The art
stylized,
looks like shit.
waxy way these characters look is off-putting, and when combined with how stiff
No
and
art
unresponsive
direction
their
at
faces
all.
are, Veilguard has immediately hamstrung itself in its ability.
Look at this. Look at this armor. I'm sorry, but Dragon Age is like a well-established franchise. How are we getting this kind of art in Dragon Age? What the fuck is this? Like you can poach any one of the artists from Grinding Gear and you'll have a much better art. There's like so many good artists out there, and then they're like, yeah, what this is like discount Halloween discount Halloween costume from like China or something, or whoever's making the cheap shit these days. It's so bad. Just whoever made this does not use real armor as a reference. They're just like, oh yeah, I've seen a couple Marvel movies. I've played Elder Scrolls Online. You know, this is what armor looks like. I mean, I don't care about this job anyway. That's what it looks like. Am I wrong?
Ability to deliver on the promise of a BioWare game. A promise that is then thoroughly broken when we start looking at the writing underpinning all of this.
I wield the power of the light. People are dying right now. You need to listen. My cousin is still alive. And you didn't think to tell me. Bring that first one down!
Okay, so we're going to talk about the writing of this game now, and in so doing, I'm going to spoil some minor things. No major events or reveals, but some little stuff, so if you're sensitive to that, then you can skip ahead to the timestamp on screen. I'll give you a minute to do that now. Okay, here we go. Dragon Age games have, generally speaking, been pretty dark. I mean, the first game opens with a ritual where you drink demon blood to join a sacred order, and one of the other guys doesn't survive that ritual. He just kind of dies right there on the spot, and then another guy freaks out and he's like, no, please don't make me do that. And then Duncan, who's conducting the ritual, knows that there's no way to back out of this ceremony, so he murders that dude in cold blood before whispering in his ear,
I am sorry.
Now, if that moment is like an 8 out of 10 in terms of how dark you might expect your fantasy to be, Dragon Age the Veilguard never gets above like a 2 or a 3 out of 10. It was genuinely shocking to me to see just how safe and cheery and bright and G-rated this whole thing was. Like, genuinely shocked, because there are precisely 0 moments where something happens that made me go, oh shit, alright, now we're talking. I used the word banality in my intro, and one of the biggest reasons this game feels so banal is because when you eventually realize that nothing bad is ever going to happen, you stop hoping for something interesting or surprising to happen. You just surrender yourself to the endless stream of predictable, inoffensive fantasy tropes. In place of more serious, more dark events and characters is the embrace of a more playful, silly tone. It's about keeping it light, like Balara here talking about the fact that 2 elven gods are now out to destroy the world.
Oh, you know, just finding out that 3 of my gods are out there trying to end the world. Why wouldn't I be okay?
Emmerich is a necromancer, and I know that sounds a little scary, raising the dead and commanding them as your minions, but don't worry, BioWare is not going to let you get freaked out by all that scary death stuff. Emmerich happens to be a lovely old gentleman. He is dapper, he is proper, he delights in pleasantries, and he has a servant, a lovable skeleton named Manfred, who happily dotes on Emmerich and screeches with glee whenever he's mentioned.
What the fuck?
He's not the only companion with a pet though. Davram also has a baby griffin named Asan, and he can be a little rowdy sometimes, like here when Manfred and Asan are squabbling over something.
Okay, that's enough. Quiet now. Fine. Who wants a treat?
Now look, I know that you could go back to previous Dragon Age games and pull the same clips that show the same lighthearted silliness. Lighthearted fun and humor has always been a part of every great BioWare game. But what I'm trying to communicate here is that there's a lot more of these moments in Valgard, but more importantly, there's a complete absence of anything dark to counterbalance them. As such, the overall tone of this game is silly and juvenile. Its unwillingness to confront darker themes also extends to a total unwillingness to create any meaningful conflict between companions. Conflict between companions is a really important part of these sorts of cinematic RPGs. It not only creates narrative tension, but also forces important gameplay decisions, like who do you side with in a real moment of truth situation, right? Dragon Age the Valgard has none of that. Zero. Companions never have prolonged, substantive disagreements about anything. They just get along almost all the time. And when they do express some sort of disagreement about something, it is so lukewarm and then resolved so quickly that the whole thing feels entirely cosmetic. Like during a mission, Lucanus makes a mistake and Davram calls him out on it very briefly. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe this is the start of the first inter-team conflict. Nope. Like an hour later, the very next conversation that we all have together is this.
You two done fighting then? I can't have you at each other's throats.
Lucanus is still an assassin. Kills people for money.
And Davrin's still self-righteous. Judgmental, too. Typical Warden. Ah, no offense.
If we let that get in the way of stopping the gods...
We won't. We cannot.
They were never at each other's throats, by the way. They literally had one perfectly civil conversation where no one even raised their voice, and now they've, patched it up. However, BioWare clearly want to create some semblance of conflict between team members, so they instead focus on petty squabbles. Like here, Emmerich wants to bring too many books to a camping trip that Harding is planning, and Harding is upset about that. Just watch the clip.
Harding, does it really matter if Emmerich brings 8 books?
9, actually.
And Emmerich? So what if Harding is fine sleeping on dirt?
Not all the time.
This is the sort of conflict that Valgard is constantly generating between team members, just arguing about utter nonsense. And did you see how Rook needed to sort it out at the end? He talks to them like they're children. Like, here's another example of him sorting out a disagreement between Tash and Emmerich when they're arguing about the fact that Tash doesn't like necromancy.
You two could still learn things together you'd never find out alone. Emmerich, you clearly find talking about dragons boring.
What? How? Who doesn't like dragons?
Aren't you curious why Tash likes them as much as you like necromancy?
The question crossed my mind.
We fuck
And
dragons.
maybe Emmerich could help demystify magic, Tash.
See what
He's
I
a
mean?
dragon
That is not how
fucker,
you
isn't
speak to adults. That is how you speak to a toddler when you are teaching them to share their Optimus Prime toy with their little brother. It speaks to a broader problem, that being a lack of subtlety and wisdom in the writing. This game cannot surface any ideas without just saying them aloud, which leads to this endless stream of exposition-laden personal introspection monologues. Like when Harding tells us that she's a bit of a people pleaser.
She hates it.
No, I don't hate it. It's really nice. Temperature.
I won't be upset if you don't like coffee.
He really wouldn't.
I know, but sorry. It's just this thing I do sometimes.
Acting so people will like you?
It sounds terrible when you say it like that. I know I don't need to do it. I just do.
Or here, when Nev opens up about the fact that she really just wants to prove that she can be relied on.
You can't count on a lot here. When I started, I wasn't going to save Minrathous, never mind Thedas. But if I could take a job and follow through, well, maybe people could count on me.
These clips alone aren't enough to convince you of what I'm saying, but I promise you that every emotional exchange has this sort of stuff in it. Rather than letting these sorts of character traits or insecurities surface through action or through the intuition of others, these characters just blurt them out all the time. There's nothing to read into or imagine about these characters because they simply tell you everything about themselves with this point-blank dialogue. And the way this dialogue is delivered makes this all the more painful because BioWare can't surface any of it in the main quest line. All of it happens in chats at the home base or during companion missions. And this is where we start crossing over into criticisms of the game's structure, but Dragon Age: The Veilguard feels extremely outdated because of its inability to unify its companion stories with the main story. This is sort of how old BioWare games were. You would pursue companion storylines that were quite separate from the main storyline, but we've come a long way since then, and multiple games, most notably Baldur's Gate 3, have shown us that you can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. You can deepen your connection to your companions both in and out of the main questline. Companion questlines are more deeply interwoven into that main questline. It doesn't feel like you're making these hard switches from save the world mode to go and pick flowers with your buddy mode. There certainly is some of that in those other games, don't get me wrong, but the overall calibration and pacing of it feels more integrated and more seamless. Not so here in Veilguard. When you're doing the main questline, there are precious few moments when you also happen to be progressing a companion storyline. That all happens in companion quests, which are each their own totally disconnected storyline, starring their own generic villain of the day style antagonist. And these quests are all meted out to you at the same time, meaning that you complete a major milestone in the main quest line, and that immediately unlocks like 6 or 7 companion missions, and if you're going to stay on top of them, you're just doing them one after the other. The main storyline is completely on hold in that moment. This is at its worst at the end of the game, where there's a literal 10-hour stretch where all you are doing is companion quests because it's your last chance to do them, and the game doesn't let you finish these storylines any earlier, so you're just doing them one after the other. And look, I know that's very common for these sorts of games, and if these storylines were good, I probably wouldn't mind all that much, but they are not good. They are boring, and they are badly written, and they see you exploring all of the same locations you've already been to, fighting enemies and bosses.
Jeez, that really sucks.
Dozens of times before.
This
It's a
really
major
fucking
shortcoming of
sucks.
this game. There is absolutely zero variety in mission design. It's all either walking behind your companion while they talk or killing enemies. There's no like necromancy mission that sees you commanding an army of skeletons. No stealth mission with Lucanus to sneakily assassinate a target. You don't ever officiate over a joining ceremony with Davram and have to choose whether or not to execute a recruit who tries to flee. It's just lighting candles while someone talks or fighting, and 80% of the time it's just fighting. So all of this was a point about writing and how the structure of the game puts the main storyline on hold for huge stretches because the companion quest lines are not integrated into the main quest line, and that feels really outdated and results in some really poor pacing. And that's an example of the writing being hamstrung by the game's structure, but it also cuts a different way, which is that the structure often dictates the writing. There's multiple moments throughout the main campaign where the writing is saying aloud, "You are playing a BioWare game. Time to do some BioWare things." Like in this exchange when the team has just suffered a major setback and they're discussing why they weren't successful. Here's what they came up with.
I think we've all been distracted.
I've been preoccupied myself after discovering that hand of glory.
And I can't stop worrying about my new magic and what it means.
The Nodists are fallen? What it means for my people?
Until those problems are resolved, we will not be prepared to face the gods.
It's like, bro, they are literally just listing side quests at this point and being like, if we don't solve these problems, we're not going to be at our A game. Like, does that really need to be said aloud? But it's something that they say again later on in a separate meeting.
Our arguments, our personal problems, it's as Emmerich says, they hold us back.
We won't stop the gods while other worries weigh us down.
I'm pleased my words provided clarity on how we all felt.
Like, come on, for real, what is this? We already know we are playing a BioWare game. We don't need to be told to do companion quests. Like, how did this make it into the script? I really wish I could tell you that the main plot delivered where all this companion stuff fails, but it absolutely does not. This game used to be called Dragon Age Dreadwolf, and it was called that because the antagonist was Solus, an elven god who you fought alongside during Dragon Age Inquisition. And what a brilliant idea for an antagonist, someone who you know intimately if you'd played the previous game. Solus as a character is also fantastic. He is deep and complex and nuanced, and as a villain, he is a rich well from which a writer could draw. Now, Solus is an antagonist in this game, absolutely, but he plays a distant second fiddle to two other antagonists, a pair of totally generic, one-dimensional, unknowable, and uninteresting elven gods. They are just straight-up mustache-twirling evil. There is nothing to them at all, and the main story is just about like chasing leads to find them and, you know, stopping them from crafting some MacGuffin, honestly. Now, Solus still does have a part in this game, which I won't spoil, and interactions with him are a high point, but he plays a far less central role than he could have played, and it's such a wasted opportunity to see him sidelined in favor of two villains who could not be less interesting or more generic. Tonally, Dragon Age: The Valguard is silly and childish. It lacks any real tension, dialogue feels inauthentic, more complex themes and character motivations are clumsily surfaced, the stories it wishes to tell are undermined by the game's outdated structure, and the overt references to the game's structure in the writing sound ridiculous. The main storyline is a huge disappointment owing to a lack of interesting missions and worthwhile antagonists. It's just a top to bottom disappointment. BioWare games live and die by their writing, and Dragon Age: The Valguard absolutely dies by it, and we have not yet even covered how little actual choice this game affords you.
This video has 1.5 million views. That's insane. This is not good for BioWare.
And that is equally disappointing.
Careful of him. I want to talk to him.
You and me, Rook. We chase trouble.
I'm here because you didn't listen.
Whatever's out there, we'll face it together, I promise. Together.
The promise of a BioWare game has always been a story that you can tangibly shape. BioWare has had mixed levels of success with this goal over the years, but it's remained a guiding star for them, and for all the games in this genre that sought to copy the template that BioWare initially laid down with this cinematic-style, narrative-led RPG. Dragon Age: The Valguard marks a low point in BioWare's pursuit of this goal, so much so that I really wonder if this is what they were intending all along, or if maybe like they had other ambitions, but they ran out of time and they just couldn't make them happen. I just refuse to believe that what we got here in Valguard could have been BioWare's actual intention from the start. Fundamentally, the promise of choice exists at both the macro and micro level. In the past, BioWare games have not only let you select your hairstyle, but also through dialogue options, shape your personality. Are you a nice guy, a jester, an asshole, or does your mood change depending on who you're speaking to? Do you make cold, calculated calls that prioritize the mission, or are you more empathetic, putting the needs of your team first? How people and the world at large react to those decisions shapes your journey. Maybe a member of the team really hates your guts and has no time for your bullshit. Maybe another loves you so much that they swoon when you so much as glance their way. Maybe a certain faction declares you a blood enemy for making a decision that disadvantages them, while another will have your back no matter what because you were there for them when it counted. Almost everything that I've described here is either absent in Valguard, or it's so surface level that the decisions feel entirely cosmetic. The biggest gap for me personally is the inability to truly shape a Rook, a main character, that reflects who I want to be. I always choose the bad guy personality type in BioWare games because, generally speaking, renegades have more fun.
Say goodnight, Manuel.
The darkness is coming. The end is near. You can't...
There is no bad guy option here in Valguard. There's only nice guy, there's nice guy who's a little bit more jokey, and nice guy who's like ever so slightly more stern. That's literally it. Those are your only three options. Sometimes there's an additional option that's meant to be like the angry option, but what the game does, and this drove me fucking nuts, is it takes the edge off the dialogue option you've selected to make it something more friendly. Like this clip when some asshole bureaucrat barges into the conversation making demands, and I want to say, who is this fool? Because that would be an antagonistic thing to say that might result in some conflict. Instead, here's what Rook actually ends up saying.
Who is this?
This is Governor Evenchi. They have concerns.
Or this example, when I'm trying to get the head of the Grey Wardens to listen to me, and I just reach my wit's end.
Are you kidding me?
I assure you, I am deadly serious.
That is not what I wanted to say. I wanted to call him an idiot, but I can't do that because Rook is incapable of saying anything that might offend or upset anyone. And this is very much the case with his team too. With the exception of one pivotal decision point, Rook cannot upset his team members in any meaningful way. In so many BioWare games and games like it, you could say some mean shit that would really piss off your companions, but here all you can do is offer support. Sometimes in a friendly way, other times in a slightly more stern way, but never can you say anything that might actually upset them. But that's not to say that you can't say things that your teammates won't mildly disapprove of, and you will on occasion see like Nev disapproves pop up on the left, but there's no way to do that so severely or so often that you would start to develop a negative relationship with your companion. There is a really interesting companion system kind of working away in the back end called Hardened, where a companion apparently disapproves of you so much that their offensive damage abilities are made stronger, but they won't cast any supporting abilities, and your relationship progress with them is also slowed. I could only achieve this state with one companion, Nev, after making that pivotal decision I mentioned earlier. Outside of that, I almost always chose the gruffest dialogue option available to me, and I was never able to trigger this hardened state with any other companion. Oh, and by the way, I never felt the impact of Nev's new damage potential during combat, and I had absolutely no trouble romancing Nev even after she was hardened, so I think the system isn't quite as impactful as it promises to be. The same way that the game is unwilling to confront any darker themes, the same way the game is unwilling to create any genuine conflict between party members, it's also unwilling to create genuine tension between you and your party members. So remember how in most BioWare games you could talk yourself out of trouble if you said the right things, made the right threats, if you put the work in to ingratiate yourself to a faction, if you have the right party member by your side at a crucial moment. We used to have stats for charisma and speechcraft that would make it easier whether we're trying to persuade or intimidate or deceive. Valgard has none of those things. You cannot talk your way in or out of any situation. There are no stat checks that will test your powers of persuasion or whatever. Every outcome is ultimately determined by force because there is no scope for you to determine it by any other means. This was really typified in this mission, which seemed like it was going to be a real standout. This is towards the back end of the game, and we have to infiltrate a meeting of cultists, and we're supposed to be undercover. To this point, there had never ever been any mission like this. As I said earlier, every mission is just following someone, going to a place, killing enemies, and so the promise of like a stealthy undercover mission was really exciting because I was desperate for just something else. So how does this actually play out? Well, firstly, we're undercover, but we leave our faces uncovered while we walk around this encampment, and we're basically the only people not wearing a hood. And we've been fighting this faction for the last 30 hours, so you'd expect they know our faces by now, but anyway. Eventually we come to a dude and he's blocking the way, and I expect this might be a moment where I have to smooth talk him, and if I say the wrong thing, maybe the jig is up and it's time to fight. But nope, here's what actually happens.
Stop. Who are you? I don't recognize any of you.
You don't recognize me?
I don't. Magister. Lady,
Appalling. They'll hire anyone these days.
So the best my dude can conjure in that moment is...
Yeah, they'll hire anyone these days for like character armor. Holy shit.
And then Nev takes over and does all the talking for us. No chance for me to have any input into how this goes down. And when it ends, we...
Look at this. What is this? What is that? That's garbage. That's what it is.
Stand right there in the middle of these goons talking openly about how we plan to murder the gods they worship.
It's Elganon, not Gillenane like we expected.
Shame. We have unfinished business with her. Next time I see her, she's dead.
The game opens with a sequence where you have a choice. Either you can talk your way through a situation or just resort to violence. Having played through this game, I can tell you right now that that moment is very deceptive because it suggests that this is a game where moments like this are a regular occurrence, and they absolutely are not. I'm not exaggerating when I say that outside of the companion missions, where you can decide how those stories end, and outside of the game's 2-hour finale, where you do make some serious impactful decisions, there were a total of 2 moments in this entire game where I felt like I was making a consequential decision that would actually affect the flow of events. 2. Now, I'm not sure if there were additional consequential decisions buried in some side content or something I didn't do, but I played this game for 50 hours, and for me, it was 2. And I know that sounds hyperbolic. You're thinking, that cannot possibly be right, but I promise you, there are 2 moments in this game where you make a meaty decision, and the rest of it just feels like choosing between different colored M&Ms. I can't be more specific without spoiling things, but if you play this game, you will see what I mean. Another
If you just
load-bearing
spoil it, I'm not gonna
choice-based
play it.
system in any BioWare game is romance, and this has its own set of issues. Top line, it's just a super old, super outdated approach to player romance. It really is just selecting the heart button whenever it appears, even when it doesn't feel right for that moment, and rarely does it feel right for that moment, by the way. You just keep hitting that button repeatedly until you nearly kiss, and then something interrupts that moment, and then you come back later, and you need to either commit to that person or permanently close off any possibility of a romantic entanglement. So for me, I was flirting with everyone, and I was making progress with everyone. I had every member of my squad ready to jump me, but at one point I thought, okay, let's give hearting a try. Commit to that, see what happens. So here's what happens. We have a scene where we kiss, there's no sex scene. We can continue whispering
sex
sweet
scene.
nothings into each other's ears during dialogue exchanges or whatever, but at that point, romance dialogue options no longer appear for any other character at all. There's no option to end my relationship with Harding and switch over to someone else. Most interestingly, none of the other companions, all of whom were very hot and heavy for me, none of them mention the fact that I have spurned their affections and gone with someone else. It's like all that flirting before never happened, and there's no disappointment and resentment about the fact that it led nowhere. It's consistent with what I spoke about earlier. There cannot be any actual conflict within the team, and a broken heart might make for some conflict. So instead, it's just ignored, and it really makes the entire romance system seem as cheap and as flimsy as every other decision you make in Veilguard, masquerading as something real and meaningful when it just isn't. The absence of genuine choice at both the macro and micro level makes Dragon Age: The Veilguard feel entirely on rails. The illusion of choice that is dangled in front of you is deeply frustrating because it teases a game that just isn't there, but it was there years ago in so many of the BioWare games we loved. The contrast between the past and present of BioWare's game design couldn't be more stark or more disappointing. This is already a pretty long review, but I do want to touch on Veilguard's more playable elements, namely level design, open world activities, and of course combat. The level design in Dragon Age: The Veilguard is very odd. It's essentially a collection of very narrow, labyrinthine corridors. It doesn't matter if it's a forest or a city or a necropolis, whatever, it all feels the same. The game does not have any truly open spaces that you can explore or where you can make unique, surprising discoveries. This feels very counterintuitive in spaces that would naturally lend themselves to more open space, like, you know, one set near a beach or what's left of a battlefield. But funnily enough, it's actually kind of weirder in the cityscape areas. These cities feel more like Overwatch maps in the way they twist and turn and how they're connected by zip lines, and the only way to get from point A to point B is to clamber over garden ladders, and it just feels really fake. Like, these are not real places, they're just video game levels. In terms of what you do in these spaces, most of it is just combat. We'll talk about that in a second. There's also side quests. I did a handful of these, but honestly, they were just very generic MMO-style side quests that involved going to a place to either kill or collect stuff, because again, this game has no other mission variety other than that. Maybe some of the side quests that I didn't do are good. I wouldn't know. The ones that I did weren't, and so I didn't do any more of them after about the 20-hour mark. The other thing that you do in these environments is you open them up by completing puzzles. When you step into these levels, they're at first sectioned off, and you can expand them by unlocking a door or building a bridge, etc. So these puzzles, let me show you one puzzle you need to build a bridge. Now, I know you think I'm cherry picking the worst possible example, so here's another one. Okay, so maybe the energy cube thing is a little too heavy-handed an example. Surely there are more intricate and demanding puzzles than that. Here's one puzzle where I have to twist some statues to open a door. Just, here we go.
Those two statues are the spare key. Line up the symbols.
What did you mean by it's back?
Something's stalking Grey Wardens. We call it the Gloom Howler. I'm hunting it.
I have like half a dozen other clips that are like this that are just the most mind-numbingly stupid puzzles you've ever seen in your life. It was like insulting to have to complete them. I genuinely do not understand how these made it into the game in this way. It's like BioWare thought that they needed to have some environmental puzzles, but didn't have enough time to make them good, or to make them any more challenging than like that bucket with the lid where you push the shapes through it. It's not just these puzzles that are half-assed, by the way, it's also open world activities. So in addition to side quests, there are also these statues that you find which ask you to complete a quick challenge to earn some permanent, bonus health. That's fine. Here's what doing one of those statues looks like. That's it! That's the puzzle! And they're all like this. This isn't some tutorial version of it. They are all this obvious and this easy. Again, why are these in the game? If I was to guess, I would say they're intended to serve as a pacing mechanism to break up the otherwise relentless focus on combat. And that's an admirable goal, because Lord knows, like, the less combat we have to do in Dragon Age Valguard, the better. Combat's problems are as multi-layered as every other problem in this game, but the core of it is that just as there is no meaningful choice or variation in the RPG side of Valguard, there's also no choice or variation in the combat model. You will choose a class, in my case the warrior, and you'll have 3 abilities you can have on your hotbar at any time. There are plenty more abilities to unlock in the skill tree, but pretty quickly you realize that it doesn't really matter what those other abilities have to offer, because the lack of enemy variety and how easily those enemies are dodged, parried, or stun locked, you really don't need to adapt your approach to anything. I can't overstate how limited the enemy design is in Valguard. You may see enemies that look different from one another, but functionally they are almost identical, with highly telegraphed attacks that are easily neutralized and extremely limited movesets that cannot pressure you in any way, shape, or form. No enemy in this game possesses a unique threat distinct from another enemy. You approach and dispatch every single one of them in the exact same way over and over and over again. You can switch weapons whilst playing, and that might have been an opportunity for BioWare to let you bind new abilities to that weapon type, opening up what might ostensibly look like a new combat style that you could switch between on the fly. But they didn't do this. When you switch your weapon, your abilities remain the same, so combat still feels the same whether I'm swinging an axe or using a sword and board. Now, to be clear, the only character you can control on the battlefield is Rook, but you can issue orders to your party members. This in itself is a massive missed opportunity, because it would have been really cool to be able to play as a different combat style. But again, BioWare did not let us do that. Your party members each have 3 abilities that they combine to their hotbars, and at first I was like, okay, that means I'll need to be carefully choosing which ability to use at which moment, and etc, etc. But no, using one ability puts all abilities on cooldown. So instead of party members feeling like actual party members, they're essentially just another cooldown on your hotbar, one that you can hit every like 15 to 30 seconds. What makes this worse is that the game uses a primer and detonator system, where I want to use one ability on one companion because it primes a target, and I then want to use another ability on another companion because it detonates that prime target. And these detonations deal not only big damage, but also AoE damage, and so much of it that you never want to use any other ability in your arsenal. You just use the same spell combination over and over and over again, because frankly, you're playing the game wrong if you don't. So imagine you constantly spamming the same 3 abilities on your hotbar against the same repetitive enemy types, while constantly using the exact same primer and detonator combo on your companions, and imagine doing that for 50 hours. There's a million other things I could say about this combat, like the frustratingly gated skill tree, which forces you to spend points on bullshit since you can only get a good upgrade every 10 levels, or the really basic upgrade and enchantment system which adds so little value that it may as well not be in the game. But I'll just finish by saying this. This is a world boss that I encountered early in the game. I was level 10, this thing was level 25. I would not be level 25 for another 15 hours. So that's how challenging this encounter was meant to be. Despite this, I did this encounter without dying and without a healer in my party. I just grinded him down because his moveset was so basic, so limited, and so easy to counter that all it took was time. And that's all the combat ever takes, because enemies are so spongy. And like I said, I've never done this before, but at the 40-hour mark, I took the advice of a friend who lowered the difficulty to the lowest setting just because they were so over it, and I cannot tell you how much better this experience was when I did that. Combat did not become better, it just meant that I no longer had to suffer through it, as enemies would die in just a few quick hits instead of soaking up dozens of them. My strong advice to you is that if you do plan to play this game, play it on normal difficulty for like the first 10 or so hours. By that point, you've honestly seen everything the Combat Sandbox has to offer, every ability, every enemy type, every boss type. So just lower the difficulty at that point and focus on the story, because yeah, I really wish I had taken that advice far, far earlier.
Focus on the story, but the story isn't even good. Wow.
Everyone suit up. All hands for this one.
So I want to be clear that the finale of this game is actually fantastic. It's a 2-hour gauntlet, and while the combat side of it remains the same, there are multiple impactful decisions to be made.
It gets good 100 hours in.
There are multiple meaningful revelations.
Don't worry, guys. You just gotta play through all the crap before you get to the good part.
Playing that final 2 hours, you cannot but think to yourself, imagine if the entire game was like this. But the reality is that the rest of the game is not remotely like that. The rest of the game is meandering and dull and childish, and all of its systems are so surface level. And that is my biggest criticism of Dragon Age: The Veilguard. It is just so surface level. It has companions, but neither them nor their stories are any deeper than a puddle. It has a romance system, so it ticks that box, but it feels so awkward and cheap. It regularly offers you the choice to choose between this thing or that thing, but those decisions don't really mean anything. It has puzzles and side activities that feel almost placeholder, and it has this very flashy looking combat system that presents really well in a preview slice, but when you have to spend any more than a few hours with it, you see just how hollow and repetitive it is. I really struggled a great deal with how to write this review, and that's not like performative hand-wringing when I say that, by the way. As I've matured in this job, I've become far more aware of how I talk about games, striving to do so in a way that is both critical and constructive. And so as I look back over this script, I really wish I had more constructive things to say. But the truth is, I don't, and I'm no good to anyone if I'm not totally honest about how I feel about a video game. I would again stress though that this is just my opinion, and I know there are people out there who do enjoy this video game, so my only ask is that in addition to watching this review, please go and seek out the more positive ones as well. Find people with whom this game resonated, because this game might resonate with you too. And as I've said many times before, I would hate for my take to deprive you of an experience that you might love. For me though, Dragon Age: The Veilguard was so disappointing that I cannot muster any enthusiasm or excitement for the Mass Effect project that BioWare are currently working on. I hope they get the chance to make that game, and I hope it succeeds where Veilguard failed. But if either of those things are to happen, it's going to be against all odds, because I think Veilguard will mark a permanent shift in the way we talk about BioWare, and it's a shift that makes me really sad.
This is the result of all the senior talent leaving because of really shit executive decisions over the years. We're going to be seeing more and more of this. We've already seen quite a lot, but we're going to keep seeing it until, I don't know.
Guys, I wanted to watch this video right here. The truth about Dragon Age Veilguard reviews. This is from Fextra. We've been keeping up with the Dragon Age stuff. I'm still on the fence on whether or not we're going to play the game. After watching Skillup's review and his thoughts on it, I'm a lot more skeptical. I was already kind of skeptical going into it. This particular video, though, from Fextra is really interesting because he was supposed to get a review code, essentially. And what it boils down to was because of one negative comment that he made in his pre-review, he was not granted
Yo, I'm back. Sorry for the wait.
A review code, and that's a major issue right now. I don't know if we call it selective journalism, hand-picked reviews, you know, things like that. It really is an issue, and we ourselves have run into this problem because we were looking to get an early access code to the game this week, and we were told because of our comments on the trailer, we wouldn't be getting a code to the game, which is fine because I don't even know if I'm gonna play the game at this point. But normally when a publisher or a developer doesn't want to give you access because of something like that, like, it normally means that it's going to be disaster for the game. You know, we'll see what shakes out. I will say the review scores have been all over the place. You know, I've seen IGN's 9 out of 10s. I think Eurogamer, Deck, you know, some other outlets gave it some really good scores. Whereas some of the folks that I personally watch gave it some bad scores. But we'll watch this.
In this Dragon Age The Veilguard review, we're going to be talking about why we're actually not doing a review for The Veilguard today, why this should matter to you, and why it's important. We don't normally make videos like this on the Fex for Life YouTube channel. We typically stay out of drama. You'd be hard-pressed to find more than a handful of these across the entire 3,000 some odd videos we've ever made. But what I want to talk about today is going to impact the way that you watch reviews today, the ones that are coming out today, and this information should not be kept from you. Before I get into that though, just a little bit of background about Fex for Life's history with Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins is one of my all-time favorite games. I get asked all the time, what are my top 5 games? And Dragon Age Origins is consistently in that list. That has never changed in the entire time since I've played that game. We also made a Dragon Age Inquisition wiki in 2014 when that game launched, so we've been covering Dragon Age for at least 10 years, maybe longer. And Fex also managed to rescue the Dragon Age forums when BioWare was bought by EA because they were shutting down those forums. We got permission from BioWare to rescue those forums, export them, and import them onto the Fex for Life forum, so you can still find those Dragon Age forums today on our site. We've been in constant communication with EA and BioWare for years about this title. We've been assured we're getting a code multiple times over the years. We've been in constant communication with them. They keep sending us stuff about the game. We've also been covering the game during that time with constant news articles. We've done several videos about the game. But most importantly, I think that our audience is the audience for this title. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another channel out there that's our size that is so specifically targeted to RPGs that fits the profile for this game. So following all this, we were invited by EA to attend a preview event for Dragon Age The Veilguard in September with a lot of other press and content creators. We were by no means the only ones doing this. And after attending that event, we made our impressions video from playing the game, which has close to 300,000 views on our YouTube channel right now, which I think is one of the most viewed impressions videos for that game at this time. If you watch that video, the general sentiment is that we were cautiously optimistic about the game. We praised its gameplay, character depth.
It seems to be about everybody
too. Sold about the storytelling in the long run, although we only got to play a very little bit of time, so we weren't entirely sure. And in general, we didn't really like the character models, the design style of them, which I think a lot of people don't. In general, it was a pretty positive impression of the video, and I want to play for you the closing audio from that video right now so you can see what we told our audience at the end of that video. I still have issues with the game, mainly that I don't like the UI and that the dialogues didn't seem to be on par with what you could get in other story-focused games that have come out in the last decade, and that I didn't yet get a point where I felt a bond or much interest with my companions who were integral to the story. It's funny that I have pretty much been playing these games for the story and getting through the combat, but I may actually be playing the Veilguard to enjoy the combat and get through the story to see the end. How everything works together and progresses into a full game remains to be seen, and there were several big and impactful events that I cannot discuss, but so far my opinion on this has become more positive, and I would like to urge anyone who loves CRPGs to hang in there and wait for reviews and not write the game off just yet. And just to illustrate,
that's a very tame statement. You know what I mean? He's pretty much saying, we're still going to give it a chance. There are some issues I have with the game. Oh, by the way, of which Skill Up thoroughly laid into yesterday. But the point is, that's a very, very tame ending statement.
Illustrate how mild that our criticisms were of the Veilguard. After publishing our impressions video, we got called shills. Some people accused us of being paid by BioWare and EA to promote the game, which of course we're obviously not. I was even contacted by another content creator who had attended the event that asked me why my criticisms were worded more cautiously and asked me if I was concerned when I made my video that I'd be denied access to a review code. To which, of course, I replied, no, I'm not worried about getting denied access to review code. That simply doesn't happen in the gaming industry. But I was not concerned about this at all. I reassured him that he shouldn't be concerned about this because it's just not really a thing in the gaming industry. It's so rare that it shouldn't scare someone into not saying what they think about a game. So after publishing our video,
it's rare, but it's actually becoming more, I would say over the past 2 years, 3 years, it's becoming more and more common. This selective review process, you know, this vetting process, if you will.
Immediately, our contacts at EA and Bioware stopped replying and communication went to zero. So we started inquiring as to what was happening and reaching out to other contacts in the industry in a bit wider of a circle to try and figure out what's happening. As a result, we discovered that we were essentially getting fake reassurances that we were getting a code to keep us happy while denying us access to the Veilguard. It wasn't too long after this that I began to be contacted by other press and content creators about whether or not we had a code, and generally speaking, I get this a lot. People tend to ask me whether I have a code or not, because we generally get codes for all the big games. I'm not trying to brag, it's just simply reality. We have a large channel. We almost always get a code, and another creator or press can figure out if they should have a code right now, if they're going to get one or not, by asking us this question, which is what happened here. And we started piecing together between us that some people had codes and others didn't, including ourselves. And you might have also seen Wolfheart's tweets about this topic on Twitter or X. And
this is Wolfheart. We actually watched Wolfheart's pre-review. 3 creators, myself included, were a bit more critical than others with our hands-on time in Dragon Age of Veilguard. Not a single one of us will be getting a review code with time to actually give opinions before release. Just thought I would throw that out there. Oh my god. Wolfheart's review was really good. We watched this pre-review. We actually put it up on the channel. Hold on, guys. This is... Okay, like if I was working at a big company, big publisher, and I was in charge. Like if I was in charge, it's kind of a genius way to vet people that you don't want to talk shit about your game. You're like, hey, let's just give them a taste, right? Let's give them a taste. Oh, this guy said one bad thing. This guy, he's definitely not going to say anything good about our game. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's just cut that shit off. You know what I mean? And so these things won't be attached to the review. So it's like you're vetting the reviews before they actually happen. That's exactly what happened. It's genius if you can get away with it. It's terrible though in reality, and obviously they're not getting away with it at this point because you've got Vextra and other people coming out about this shit. This right here, man, just makes me not want to, like, I was still, even after watching Skillup's review, I was still like, you know, I was like, man, maybe we should just play the game, give it a go. But when I see shit like this, I don't even want to touch your game. I don't even want to touch it.
Luke Stevens' video about this topic as well. Both of those individuals were with us in California for the preview event, and both of them put out preview videos as well as ours. And I think between the 3 of us, we probably have some of the 3 most viewed videos on this topic.
That's crazy.
Or at least most commented on, I would say. And if you read those tweets and you watch that video, you can tell clearly that they also feel some way that they were intentionally excluded by EA from review access for some unknown reason, likely because of critical comments they made in their preview video, even though most of the things they said were positive about the game, just like us.
Yeah, I mean, like, we watched Luke Stevens' comments as well. Like, dude, it's like they would have like 1 or 2 things in there that was slightly negative. For the most part, they all came out of it being like, you know, optimistic about what it could potentially be when they get their hands on the game. Obviously, we've seen some of the reviews roll out, and they probably would have laid into it, but still.
And these are just 2 individuals that are speaking out about this, but we do know that there are at least a handful of other content creators and press that were left out, maybe more, that share a similar sentiment, that feel like they were deliberately prevented from giving their own opinions to their own audience about this game. It is feeling like EA is deliberately trying to prevent us from telling you what we think about the game, and they want you to hear it from someone else. So you then have to ask yourself, why would EA do this? What is their angle? What are they trying to accomplish by doing this? After the previews came out, I think it became very apparent that most of the people who were still interested in Veilguard after watching the previews were waiting for reviews to make their final decision about whether or not to purchase the game. If you just read comments in any YouTube video about the Veilguard or look at the poll on our community page, you can see that the vast majority of people that are still interested are waiting for reviews. Looking at this, EA's marketing team probably saw this and decided that they needed to make the reviews as positive as possible, trying to exclude those that might, you know, give the game a 7 or an 8, while
They should
also
be illegal.
reaching out and finding
They
press
should be
and content creators that
1000%
would
illegal.
maybe give the game a 9 or above. Just think about this for a second. If you're on the EA end and you're trying to manipulate review scores because you want high review scores, what are you going to do? You're going to research press and content creators and what they usually give to games score-wise.
Oh my God. You're literally just going to go down the list and be like, who normally gives
These people actually need to go to
10
jail.
out of 10s,
Manipulating
9 out of 10s,
review scores?
Who pretty much always puts a
Really?
positive spin on everything.
To give you
Oh
a general
my
idea
Lord.
of how they're going to review your game. For us, we never give games 10s. 9s are extremely rare. Most games we give reviews to fall somewhere in the 7 or 8 range, while other places, you know who they are, always give 9s and 10s, and frankly, it's hard to take them seriously. And this is why I made this video. Because you guys told us in no uncertain terms that you're waiting for reviews, and you're about to get a bunch of reviews that have been curated by the publisher for their likelihood of being extremely positive in an attempt to manipulate your view of Dragon Age: The Veilguard. They want you to think there is a universal consensus that the
You're
game
welcome.
is amazing, thereby convincing you that you should try it, but also influencing future
They
review
said thank
scores,
you, that's- I
as
said
it's
you're welcome.
difficult to be the outlier. If you've ever done a review for a game or for something, you'll realize that if you're the only one giving a high review score when everyone else is giving it a low review score, it's difficult. Or if you're the only one giving it a low review score and everyone else is giving it a high review score, it's a very difficult position to be in. So if you review score, it's a very difficult position to be in. So if you see a bunch of positive review scores come out today, think about all the people that are going to be playing afterward and how much pressure they're going to feel to give the game slightly better score than they would have given it, just to avoid maybe some undue pressure. And sometimes that doesn't even happen consciously, it's just done subconsciously.
Well, it's so weird, man, because like even yesterday we saw the people that put out I thought were good reviews, but they were slightly more on the negative side, and we watched a couple positive reviews too, so it's not like we were just watching the negative ones. But the ones that put out, you know, some reviews that were very critical, man, it's like people were just coming out of left field, fucking throwing Hail Marys on why they were reviewing the game negatively. It's like, oh, what are your political beliefs, huh? Oh, you didn't like the sliders or some bullshit. No, the skill up didn't mention any, like, it's literally about the game. It's just the game. And if the game is ass, it's because the game is ass, at least to them. I have a feeling that if we pick up this game, one or two things is going to happen. Either it's going to be the biggest surprise ever and actually be good. There's no way it's going to happen. But in some magical way, it somehow ends up being an amazing game. Or most likely B, which is the way we've called it from the very beginning, it's going to be shit. And pretty much everything Skillup said in his review yesterday solidified our opinions
consciously. And I want to be very clear here that I don't think that the press and creators publishing their videos early are going to be lying. However, these reviewers have been screened to maximize the chances that you're seeing positive reviews. There will probably be some exceptions, of course. I don't think everyone's going to give the game a positive review, but EA is banking that those are few and far between in an attempt to keep the aggregate score of the game high. This has only happened one other time that I'm aware of in the some 10 odd years I've been doing this, and that is with Cyberpunk 2077, which followed a similar pattern where we were constantly reassured we were getting a code for years but never got one, and suddenly reviews were out and everyone was praising the game, giving it 9s and 10s, except one journalist who dared to give it an 8 and was ripped to shreds for it. But then the fans got their hands on the game, and well, you know the rest. It wasn't what was promised, and we were forced to make one of the most disappointed videos I've ever made in my gaming career. However, in the case of CD Projekt Red, they own their shit, and the game is in a much better place now, though they lost trust by what happened with that game. And in CD Projekt Red's case, they had already garnered quite a positive reputation, so they survived the backlash. However,
I will say my experience with Cyberpunk is very different. We didn't really pick up Cyberpunk until last year with the launch of the DLC. So we played the base game, the DLC, and while playing those two games, we ended up watching Edge Runners at the same time. So I was like in fucking hyperload Cyberpunk world and just consumed by that shit for what was it, 2-3 weeks there? To me, it was a 10 out of 10 experience. I thought it was 10 out of 10.
Neither BioWare or EA have shining reputations in the gaming industry, and many people think this is BioWare's last chance to prove they still have it. This is the worst possible start to demonstrating whether or not that is true. So what does this mean for Fextra Life? Honestly, nothing has changed. I'm going to buy the game, I'm going to make our review, and I'm going to like the game or not based on the merit of the game, same as we've always done. I'm not going to let EA's bullshit influence our review or its score. We decided to make this video after some
Yeah, what's
deliberation
up?
for you, the viewer, because we couldn't in good conscience let this pass without saying something and let you be duped into thinking this title is one way when it in fact may be completely different. There are a lot of moving parts behind the scenes in the gaming industry that you will likely never know about, such as executives for publishers getting bonuses based on review scores, with higher score being bigger bonuses. Maybe you didn't know that. The tactic that EA has taken with Dragon Age the Veilguard may prove.
Which review scores? That like critic review scores? Because man, it can be skewed the other way. I mean, I get the incentive. I get the incentive. But then you run into situations like this where it's like, let's curate these reviews, right?
To be successful, but should be entirely unnecessary if the game is in fact good. But it's not good for you.
And why cry so much about not getting a code? This is so dumb. He's saying that, and look, this is a problem. It's a problem. When you have curated reviews that are rolling out for the days leading up to the launch of a game, you can create a narrative and for instance, if SkillUp had not gotten a review code and had not given his unbiased thoughts on the game, then we would have probably went into this thinking, oh my God, it's game of the year. I'm more hesitant. I'm definitely more, I was already a little hesitant to begin with, guys, just to be real, but I'm even more so hesitant after SkillUp's review and now after Fextra talking about not getting review codes, Wolf not getting a review code when we watch this pre-review. Look, it's things like this that I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. I may wait a week, I may wait a month, but I will wait to see how this game unfolds. Look at the user reviews and see what some of those other
I'm gonna wait a lifetime just from seeing how bad the art is.
Individuals that finally do get their hands on the game and
That
play
is
the
a
game,
clear
what
indicator
they think about
of
it before. And it's
poor
not
management.
It's not just about the money, guys. It's about the time, dude. Now, let me just say that's the thing that hurts the most, right? Is when you commit 50, 60 hours to a game and then you look back on, you're like, what the f was that for? That's a terrible feeling, by the way. When you look back and you're like, dude, what did I just waste all my time for? You know what I mean?
Consumer, and because they did that.
Pro tip when buying a game, if the art sucks, then everything else sucks. Because art is the last thing to ever suck in a video game.
You should not purchase the game based on initial reviews, but instead wait for players to get their hands on the game and tell you how things actually are, so that there is a true consensus, not one that is manufactured by a large corporation who clearly doesn't care about its community or community members, but in fact only cares about the bottom line. And believe me when I say that I would much rather be publishing a Dragon Age the Veilguard review today rather than this video.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
like
not the
Asmongold
videos I really
now.
wanted to make, but I thought it was very important to get this information out to you. And
Yeah,
no
I'm an
disrespect to any
Asmongold man
content
now.
creators or press out there that are putting out their reviews today.
What's that?
This video is not aimed at attacking them in
Asian
any way.
man.
It's simply aimed at
Asian
informing you about what is going on with Dragon Age the Veilguard.
I'm an
and why
angry
you might wanna
internet
take these
person
things
now.
into
It's
account
my new
when you're watching
identity.
reviews today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. Look, we've reviewed some games here and there.
Yeah, unless it's like Minecraft or something, then like obviously, yeah. Like if it's just like one dude or like a couple people. But if it's like made by a AAA studio with like millions of dollars in backing.
You know, I normally try to review games.
You have
that
to
are
be very
good
careful.
games because it's just easier to review good games. It's already hyped. You go
Yeah.
in there and
No, what I'm doing, I'm reviewing someone's reviewing of another review. So I'm like the third chain in.
and you're like, yeah, the game's great for all these reasons.
It's
and
like the
you're super hyped
human
to talk about it,
centipede.
and the community is hyped with you.
And then
let me say,
and then like
reviewing a bad
Rusty's
game
like
is-
watching
is
it.
tough stuff, man. It really is tough stuff. Because
So
you can't just go in there
it
and just
goes
be like,
full
"Hey,
circle.
even though you want
Like,
to.
if Rusty
you
ever
literally just
becomes a
wanna
content
yell,
creator.
It's ass over and over for about 10 minutes straight, but you can't because there are people that refuse to believe it. And so you must dismantle it. You must dismantle the believers by elaborating on why it is ass. And that's where folks like SkillUp comes in. And you know, whoever Fextra and whoever else, you know, but I ran into this issue with Starfield. Starfield was ass. I literally was like, I just wasted 40 hours playing this game. It's so dick. I want to erase from my mind. I want to erase this entire experience and pretend it never happened. But now I have to take this experience and put it into words and then put it into a video and then edit that shit. So then the pain is going to go further than the 40 hours. Now the pain, now we're talking what, 15, 20 hours of editing, but you know, scripting all this shit. I gotta think of this now. We're 65 hours into this bullshit, and I'm having to relive all of this ass when I just want to tell the world it's dick, but I can't because the believers wouldn't believe it. See, the believers, you can't just tell them that. You got to give them good reasons, and so we spend 25, 30 minutes in that review talking about why the game is ass. You know, we finesse the outer rim, okay, before we plunge the tongue into thy asshole. And that
to thine asshole.
The reviews, man. And I personally don't have it. I do it from the time to time whenever it's a game that we feel necessary to review. Starfield was one of those games, and maybe Dragon Age could be one of those games. But honestly, I don't have the energy for it. I really don't. In this stream, we poll everything. Do you want us to play Dragon Age, the Veilguard this week, or are you good? Have you seen enough? Are you good? All right. So the poll is out. 88% say no, they don't want us to play Dragon Age. Okay. All right. We won't play it, guys. We won't play. I will say none of this sits right with me. This, and then, you know, on top of the, you know, other things, the fact that, you know, even the folks my agent was talking to picked through our comments and said things like, you know, we didn't like Cross's, you know, what he said about the trailer. Like, dude, that's such a small mind. You know what I mean? You know, I understand like there is some vetting processes where it's like you want to make sure like you're not getting someone who's just gonna come in there and just flame the fuck out of your game. But we've done reviews in the past. We've been very, very fair with games. And if it's as, it's as. If it's not, we glorify it, and we talked about how the game popped off. And it's such an easier sell when a game is good. It's so much easier to talk about a good game than a bad game.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Firewalk are the studio behind Concord, and as of right now, Firewalk is actually dead. But that's not the full story today. Sony's live service strategy overall is evolving. Marathon has just had a big reveal in the form of a talking head video that had no gameplay, even though they said the next time we would hear about Marathon it would be with gameplay. Leaks have of course hit both situations, and we even know some of what Sony actually paid for. Let's get straight into the story. So Hermen Hulst delivered the news, and Hermen is the co-CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment. He's essentially directly responsible for software. The other co-CEO handles hardware, so a bit of a strange situation. Anyway, Hermen got there through Guerrilla Games. He was actually managing director of the studio from Killzone right the way to Horizon Zero Dawn. Then he led PlayStation Worldwide Studios, and when Jim Ryan left, he became CEO, handling games. And here's the email that we sent. Now, it's an internal email, but I think they knew it was going to leak, so they just posted it publicly on their site. In it, he announces the closure of Neon Koi and Firewalk Studios. Of course, Firewalk we know, Neon a bit less so, and digging into them, it's weird. They started in 2020. They were acquired during a time where Sony had quite a high interest in mobile games, but so far, they've not actually released anything. They had an action game, but it was too far off and basically wasn't enough in line with Sony's usual MO. So that seems a little bit experimental, like the money was way too far off. That's dead. As for Concord, he basically said they spent considerable time exploring options, but they've decided to cancel Concord and close down the studio. He basically acknowledges that the game didn't land with players, but the key bit is this. Quote, I'm a big believer in the benefits of embracing creative experimentation and developing new IP. However, growing through sustainable financials, especially in a challenged economic environment, is critical. Yes, we just heard a little bit about sustainable financials from a big AAA company. Of course, this is interesting in the context of Sony, and it's again where I draw your attention back to the Insomniac leaks, where we found out that Spider-Man 2 cost, I believe, just off the top of my head, $320 million. So yes, almost as if throwing countless millions into a saturated market is not the play. Now, Sony say they want to place impacted staff in other teams, but obviously not everybody, and so far we know that 210 jobs are gone in total, and that 172 of those are at Firework. Now, for the people who remain, I think there are two obvious live game targets. The first is, of course, Guerrilla. They're currently working on a Horizon multiplayer project. And the second is Bungie. Bungie, who, yes, have got Destiny going on, but they've also got Marathon. And on Marathon, they've had a truly bizarre release. Marathon is an absolutely bizarre game. They announced it in May 2023, and of course it is basically them bringing back the Marathon franchise, which is what Bungie did before Halo. If you want to see lots of really good Marathon content, Mandalore Gaming's videos on it are fantastic. Anyway, when they announced the game in May 23, they ended by saying, quote, now we're going to go dark and focus on the game. and when we come back, we will have gameplay to show. So it's weird that they're back, but didn't show any gameplay. What we got was a talking head video from the director Joe Ziegler, and here's what you need to know about that. It's 100% focused on being an extraction shooter that is all about the thrill of being hunted by players and NPCs. It does have hero shooter elements, but those heroes are more platforms for your customization via weapons, stat boosts, and utility items. And he also talked up the thief and the stealth classes, which look kind of cool. They've got cool concept art, but no gameplay. And that was basically it. There was lots of promises to come in 2025, but it was just a talking head video. It was quite weird. It went directly against what they actually planned to do, which makes us think, why would you even do that? I think the answer is actually kind of simple. The last 18 months have been, to say the least, a little dramatic for Bungie. They've had multiple rounds of layoffs, and that's even in the face of the final shape surpassing its critical expectations. You would think that would be them properly turning things around, but when you look at the player numbers, you see retention actually looks kind of weak, even as compared to Lightfall. So that's a little concerning and probably explains why they've already announced yet another rework of their live service content cadence for the game. That's all a little bit confidence shaking, and in this case with Marathon, I think they know that people are just worried. This is almost them saying, hey, we are working on it. We at least have things to say. We can't show, but we can tell. Trust us, it's not vaporware. Now, thankfully, we do know a little bit more via the leaks that were given to Paul Tassi of Forbes. Basically, sources told him that this video would exist in September. They suggested that there may be a video from Joe, which certainly does help the track record of that source. So here's the other things we learned. Number one, the rumored $40 price tag for Marathon is real. Essentially what happened is the finals came out. The finals came out free to play. That struggled, and it kind of, it worried them a bit about free to play. Then Helldivers 2 is a big hit, and they basically saw, we can do live service, we can sell for $40. When it hits, we get massive revenue, and they still get the live service that they want. And Concord's failure is something that is not really attributed to its price point. Basically, yeah, more people would have played it if it was a free-to-play game, but I think we all know that the problems with Concord are very essential to what Concord is, and whether it was free or paid, it was never going to be a long-term success. So I think they've realized, well, we're in the business of producing hits. If we're going to produce a hit, we should charge $40 for it. Now, Marathon is said to also have a cosmetic shop and a battle pass, pretty much the standard monetization, and Paul's sources also relate how tricky their position is, right? So basically, according to that source, Sony needs a hit, and Sony is not, to quote the source, overflowing with goodwill toward Bungie, which is hardly a surprise given everything.
Not overflowing with goodwill towards Bungie.
Internally about hitting the quality bar that they need by 2025. Speaking personally, I would not be surprised if Marathon ended up being a 2026 thing, which, if you've been following all of the Bungie stories, you would know is a kind of significant year, because that's when they think a lot of the management will basically be able to leave due to the terms of the acquisition deal. But anyway, Marathon is where plenty of ex-Firewalk staff could come in, I would say. Many people from Firewalk are actually Bungie vets, though I suspect they left Bungie for a reason, and Bungie's hardly got a good reputation now. It's not like anything has got better since they would have left. Now, what if I told you that somebody actually did just fine from Firewalk, that somebody made a lot of money from Concord? Well, I'm not lying. It's actually pretty damn true. And for that group, this is almost the business model going to plan. Let's go. Let's talk about that and learn sort of just how much money Sony's paid for
Did he make a lot of money?
Ethan Gatch reports from two sources that the initial development deal for Concord cost $200 million, but that does not include acquiring the IP and the studio. Remember, there was the full development, publishing deal, and then there was the acquisition. And of course, this is where the people who Firewalk were acquired from enter our picture. Now, Probably Monsters. Probably Monsters are a group founded in 2016 by ex-Bungie.
Oh, I actually saw a lot of these people. They're who were working on Concord. They're saying, "Well, Concord's over now. I'm out of a job. Please hire me." Basically, those kind of messages on LinkedIn. It's brutal out there.
CEO Harold Ryan. Basically, Harold left, and then Pete Parsons, the current CEO, made rather famous by a few comments he made about his classic car collection. Well, yeah, he's the current CEO. Anyway, Probably Monsters is a different sort of company. It is geared toward incubating teams, so they want to incubate teams and either run those games or sell the teams. Now, they got $18 million seed funding in 2019, and then they announced a $200 million Series A in 2021, and they aimed for 300 people. Now, that $200 million Series A is them getting external investment. That is not the deal from Sony. So that $200 million is covering like everything that they're doing across multiple teams. Now, to step things back just a little bit, Firewalk was one of their first studios, and it started under their banner in 2018, although yes, some early Concord designs go back to 2016. Now, Firewalk did have other studios. They had Battle Barge, Cauldron, and Hidden Grove, and by the time of Firewalk's sale, they had 450 staff. That's kind of when things just started to go a little bit south. Cauldron's game was cancelled. One of their other titles is a Battle Royale, and the other one is a loot-driven co-op RPG. So I don't know how good I'm feeling about their portfolio, but point is, $200 million, Series A, spin up a bunch of teams, try to get some games out there, and that all makes sense. Some of their business model is to grow teams and then either run them or sell them. That's what happened with Firewalk. And not only did Sony sign the full exclusive publishing deal, which we pretty much just heard from Ethan, that, you know, was $200 million. That's similar to the sorts of deals they will have done with Arrowhead, but they then, after that, acquired the studio. Now, for Probably Monsters, that is a win. And the tricky thing is we don't know the acquisition price, but from Ethan we do know that Sony covered $200 million in development, though that was likely not enough to finish the game, and then there was the money buying the studio and the IP, which, if you're Probably Monsters, means that your business model likely worked. I mean, you got that $200 million Series A, yeah, you're going to want to sell some of those assets and bring some money in. I really hope somebody leaks that number. Now, for Firewalk, the writing was on the wall here, but there were a few little hints of activity that got some people excited. Here's a headline from PC Gamer. Sony's failed shooter Concord has been updated dozens of times on Steam in October, and I'm starting to feel a comeback. Yeah, that didn't age well. Sorry, PC Gamer, you may have jinxed it. Now, reports basically suggest that many people within Firewalk wanted to get co-development with other Sony projects, though we also know that Ryan Ellis, the game director, basically took on blame to try and shield the team. He stepped down from his role but said he would remain to support people. But it doesn't seem that confidence was high, and that's also evidenced by the company doing a good thing, which is letting their people share their work in public, especially if you're, doing 3D, you're doing
I've seen that gun on
This is
ArtStation. It's pretty good. I think this gun is pretty good, but this handle is a bit weird. I don't really like this handle. The rest of it's okay.
And all too often, a game will go south, a company will go down, and for whatever reason, people are not able to share stuff in their portfolio, which then impacts their
Like the gun designs are pretty.
So that's
pretty
definitely
sick.
a good thing. And when you look through the work, you can see so much iteration. And that's the thing with Concord. It was full of good ingredients and good work, but they did not translate to a final product, especially with some problems like the character designs. But it certainly is fun looking at the concept art, even them trying to work out how does a paid for portable toilet work in our world. You may think that's stupid, but well, when developers actually go to that effort to get all of the details locked in, it does actually show. Just obviously not here. And it does sting how we see some excellent early concept work that then just kind of got smooshed into the Sony premium photoreal look that was trying to sell this game. So what we can tell is that Sony's losses in the project are absolutely staggering. We know it's over $200 million for core development. Then there's the cost of the IP, then there's the cost of the studio. The IP is worthless, the studio's been shut down, and all sales for this game were refunded, even though analysts think it shifted 25,000 copies. So this truly is going to zero in a way that very rarely happens at this scale in the industry. We do also have this closing post where they reflected on the good and disclosed that they were only a very small team for the first few years, and that production on Concord only started in full 2022. And that absolutely confirms that Probably Monsters paid very much for the cheap bit at the start. Meaning that, yeah, Sony paid for all of the expensive things. Now, $200 million is, of course, chump change in the industry of gaming.
Is it? He was gonna say something else, but it was it turns into an unpaid / self-promotion sponsor thing. So yeah, we'll listen to the next one.
Firewalk Studios, the development team behind the massive flop Concord, is officially dead, surprising absolutely no one. This is a studio that was founded back in 2018, but plans for Concord were kind of in motion years beforehand. It was sort of back in, according to a developer, in 2016, 8 years ago, that the ideas surrounding Concord began to be conceptualized, and then Firewalk Studios was founded in 2018, and then the game has been in development for the last 4 years or so. And there were great ambitions surrounding it, but alas, it just ended up being a somewhat generic live service that came too little too late. It just kind of retreaded grounds that have already been treaded and didn't do anything to stand out or to really surpass any existing hero shooters. But Sony was very excited about the prospect of this game's success, which is why back in 2021, PlayStation set in motion plans to exclusively publish a multiplayer game from Firewalk Studios, which we would eventually know as Concord, and they even went as far as acquiring Firewalk Studios back in April of 2023, as you can see in this announcement right here. So they had their hopes and dreams on this game, but then we saw results of the open beta, which was completely free. You can see right here that peaked at 2,388 players on Steam, which already suggested a disastrous result. The game then launched with a $40 price point, which many would argue was just not justified because of the lackluster content of Concord, and that only launched to 697 all-time peak concurrent players. Just an absolute disaster. Critically speaking, it scored 62% from 46 critic reviews. The user rating is overwhelmingly negative. On Steam, we can see there's a mixed review score of 69%, nice, from 856 user reviews. And now Concord is no longer available on the Steam store. It is estimated that Concord has only sold a grand total of 25,000 units, 10,000 of which were sold through Steam and 15,000 of which were sold through PlayStation. That's about $1 million in revenue. We don't know the exact budget of this game. Colin Moriarty reports that it was like a $400 million budget in grand total. There are those who doubt that the actual budget was that high, but it was still a AAA game live service that had a substantial budget behind it, and $1 million of revenue is a paltry sum for a game of this scale. And then on top of that, Sony essentially gave that $1 million back when they announced that Concord would be shuttered. They had kind of hinted possibilities that they might explore options that will better reach their players, potentially suggesting that the game could come back, and the only way they'd have to do that would be through like a free-to-play re-release and an overhaul of the game. But at the time of this announcement, which was published on September 3rd, 2024, they announced that Concord sales will cease immediately, and they'll begin offering full refunds for all gamers who purchase the game for PlayStation 5 or PC, no questions asked, which means that this game made literally $0 in revenue.
Negative.
However much this game
negative
cost,
dollars
that was
revenue.
all sunk and kind of flushed down the toilet. This is about as disastrous as a AAA launch can get. Numbers so paltry that the game shut down exactly 2 weeks after its launch. I've not seen anything quite like this. Without question, one of the biggest flops in AAA history, maybe the biggest one. Now, there was speculation circulating that Concord might come back when Insider Gaming noticed that Concord continued to get updates on Steam after its shutdown.
You know what that reminds me of? Remember the story about those rich dudes who went in the submersible and then they got crushed? Their sub imploded? It's like that.
Posted screenshots here.
It's like that with the Steam updates. Oh no, we can still hear them. They're banging on the sides of the sub.
Just updating elements of it, and you can go to SteamDB and see for yourself that even after it's shut down, we're seeing just little things kind of being implemented to the game. But alas, this game was never meant to come back, and that's kind of what I predicted would happen. A disaster of this scale just doesn't get a green light when we're talking about such a high risk for a brand new IP that got so little attention that it only sold 25,000 units. And so, to the shock and surprise of no one, it is now official that Sony has closed down Firewalk Studios alongside another studio called Neon Koi. Jason Schreier first reported on this, saying that Concord developer Firewalk Studios and mobile game maker Neon Koi will be shutting down. Sony will be closing them, and that'll result in 210 people losing their jobs, a spokesperson tells Bloomberg News. Firewalk had 172 employees, while Neon Koi had 38.
Oh yeah, I saw
reported
another LinkedIn post about someone from Neon Koi. They're like, man, I've seen like all these layoffs recently, and I guess now it's my turn. But wouldn't that suck? I feel like that's in like a movie somewhere. Like, I feel like that's like Game of Thrones or something, or maybe like Skyrim, where, yeah, I guess it's like Skyrim, but I'm pretty sure like, Game of Thrones also had this scene where there's like a line of people just lining up for execution. It's like, well, I guess it's my turn to go. Dude, that must suck. That would suck so bad.
In his article where he talks about all this, a rainy day indeed.
Yeah, if you're watching all of your fellow coworkers or your peers just getting laid off,
beyond Bloomberg's report,
and then you get laid off yourself.
We got a blog post right here from Sony Interactive Entertainment
well, my turn.
Herman Hulst, who published the following on October 29th, 2024 on the official SonyInteractive.com website, where he said, "We have had to make a difficult decision relating to two of our studios, Neon Koi and Firewalk Studios. Specifically relating to Firewalk Studios," he said, "as announced in early September, certain aspects of Concord were exceptional." That word seems like a bit of a hyperbole and not one that many would use to describe the game. But he continues, but other aspects did not land with enough players, and as a result, we took the game offline. We have spent considerable time these past few months exploring all our options. After much thought, we have determined the best path forward is to permanently sunset the game and close the studio.
Man, they love the word sunset. Like, they sunsetted the studio like they sunsetted our guns in Destiny 2.
I want to thank all of
like they sunsetted our content that we paid for.
And dedication. The PvP first-person shooter genre is a competitive space that's continuously evolving, and unfortunately, we did not hit our targets with.
I'm gonna develop like PTSD whenever somebody says the word sunset. Like when the sun goes down around like what 7 p.m. here, I'm gonna get PTSD. Like, oh no, it's sunsetting.
This title,
it's a sunset.
We will take the lessons learned
I don't like
from
sunsets
Concord
anymore.
and continue to advance our live service capabilities to deliver future growth in this area. So yeah, for a time they were potentially thinking about bringing Concord back, as they hinted at in their original statement, where they said that they're exploring options, including those that will better reach our players. But as I said in past videos, there's just no world in which it'd be a smart strategy to risk so much money and time and resources and manpower into trying to relaunch this game that has just so much negative optics and a complete lack of interest. Now, it bothers me that he says right here that we'll take lessons learned from Concord, and then in the same sentence says we'll continue to push for live services. And I'm just like, can you just dial back on that aspect and just like do what you guys are best at, which is those amazing single players?
What are they best at? What are they best at anymore? Are they actually best at anything?
Campaign.
Or did they like lay everyone off that made their best stuff best?
Experiences. And if you do want to pursue a live service, don't do what you're doing now, which is spreading yourself too thin by making too many live services. Recall
like really,
that
what are
at
they
one
best at
point
now?
Sony planned for 12 live service games by 2026, and they had to cut that in half to 6. But even then, that's just too many live services for the span of like a year and a half. It just feels like they're shooting darts with the hope that one of them will hit the bullseye. And that's just not a great approach. If you have an idea for a live service that is inspired, then great. But it just feels like they're chasing whatever trends they can chase until one of them happens to be the thing that blows up and, you know, ends up being their big revenue maker. But along the way, there's just going to be a lot of failures that's going to result in financial disaster, studio shutdowns, and employees laid off for ill-conceived ventures that were planned by leadership that will just lead studios astray, I feel. Studios who are just not specialized in the making of live services. It doesn't feel like they're learning lessons from Concord. It just feels like they were gambling on this methodology eventually working if they repeat this process enough times. And it's true that they do need to strike gold one time, and that will generate them potentially billions of dollars. but that's still a very risky venture in this oversaturated market. Just make one maybe really good live service and try to make something that is kind of pushing the boundaries of what a live service could accomplish. But right now it just feels like they're shooting the shit and just kind of not really doing anything for the sake of like artistic inspiration, but for the sake of chasing this trend and trying to just get a piece of the pie and rushing into this market that will lead to just more results like these, as has happened with so many other live services we've seen launch in the past from a wide variety of studios and publishers. Understand the confidence with which Sony backed Concord. They acquired the whole studio believing that this would become their next big billion-dollar IP, that this could be as big as Star Wars essentially from the outset, without testing the waters first, just putting all their eggs in this basket, or so many eggs in this basket. And look how that turned out. Sony just isn't approaching the live service market in an intelligent way. To close things off, here's a statement from Firewalk Studios, who tweeted the following on the day that the studio shutdown was announced. They said, "Firewalk is signing off one last time. Firewalk began with the idea of bringing the joy of multiplayer to a larger audience. Along the way, we assembled an incredible team who were able to navigate growing a new startup into a team during a global pandemic. Firewalk was founded in 2018 and was very small for its first couple of years, only entering full production in 2022. Build a new, customized, next-generation FPS engine in Unreal Engine 4 to 5, delivering top-tier gameplay feel, beautiful worlds, and a performant 60 FPS technical experience on a stable and scalable backend on PlayStation 5 and PC to hundreds of thousands of players in our beta." They definitely missed the mark there by a long shot. Manage an
Wait, hundreds of thousands of players in their beta? I feel like, wasn't like the number like 17,000? I forget. It definitely wasn't hundreds of thousands of players in their beta.
Acquisition/integration while readying technical and preliminary tests, and ultimately ship and deliver a great FPS experience to players, even if it landed
Great
much
FPS
more narrowly
experience.
than hoped against the heavily consolidated market. We took some risks along the way,
Or like less
varying
than a
aspects
week.
of card battlers and fighting games with first-person shooters. And although some of these and other aspects of the IP didn't land as we hoped, the idea of putting new things into the world is critical to pushing the medium forward. The talent at Firewalk and the level of individual craft is truly world-class, and teams within Sony Interactive
What a
Entertainment
waste
and
of
across the
people's
industry will be
talent and
fortunate
time.
to work with them. Please reach out to recruiting at PlayStation for inquiries, and thank you to all the very many
All of
teams,
the
partners,
artists,
and
all
fans
of the everyone,
who supported
like,
us along the
who
way.
spend
See you in the Tempest, Firewalk
their
Studios,
entire
and
lives
Transmission.
trying
For me,
to just like get good at their craft, and then fucking management just squanders all that talent.
it just feels like the concept of Concord is where things went awry, but I genuinely do believe that there are talented people within Firewalk Studios that were just making the wrong product. I feel like if the ideas of what they were making, if what they were crafting on a conceptual level was just more interesting and more boundary pushing, they could have done something really cool. It's just they happen to be making just the most generic version of a live service you could make in the year 2024, or they launched the game too late, or they just made a game that ultimately could not stand up to similar games of the genre who were just much further ahead, much more feature complete, and did everything that Concord does, but better. And so I really do hope that these developers land on their feet and get to work something that really gets to realize the full potential of their talents, because I feel like Concord just wasn't that. The direction that Concord went into, and reports of like this toxic positivity mentality that Colin Moriarty talked about, it was internally referred to as the future of PlayStation with Star Wars-like potential and a deaf culture of toxic positivity that halted any negative feedback. Stuff like that was corroborated also by Ethan Gatch. He said, I can corroborate the part about toxic positivity. Some sources I've spoken with blamed a head in the sand mentality carried over from the studio's Bungie roots, a sense that the game would come together because the team was too good to fail. So much of what led Concord astray was essentially leadership ego. This belief that they're just too good because they worked on some of the greatest games prior to their current studio, because they worked at Bungie.
Have I ever told you guys about the time I was like working in like I joined this indie startup for like a week, and my god, the lead developer was the most narcissistic idiot I've ever worked with. Like, oh, he was like, oh no, I used to work at NASA, so I know what I'm doing. I know how to make a game. Yeah, no. He wanted to compete with Star Citizen. He's gonna make the next Star Citizen without paying anyone. What an asshole. There's so many people like that in this industry.
And the
it's
feedback
ridiculous.
from beneath them just wasn't worth it because their vision is what mattered, even if everyone outside of leadership could see that
They don't listen to other people. They don't listen to their peers. They don't listen to the audience.
Of a chance of succeeding.
They just listen to
but
their
they just kind of,
their
as
own
was stated,
internal
they
monologue.
dug their heads into sand and refused to listen to all of the red flags and all of the signs that indicated that this is just how this was going to end.
You know what was funny? I got booted out of that team for like speaking up about some stuff. And then after that, another person that was on the team messaged me. He was like, hey, you know, you're actually right about everything you said. Everyone thinks that he's an asshole and no one works for him anymore. I'm like, well, damn, that sucks for him, I guess. Did I make anything during that week? I did. God, I didn't save it though. Like it was a long time. I don't think I have the stuff anymore. But I made like a cyborg, like a metallic cyborg in ZBrush. It wasn't very good. Trust me on that.
Without any sort of
But
adjustment.
like I try my best.
Redirection. So yeah, this is truly the end of Firewalk Studios and Concord. This is truly the end of this saga that I've been reporting on, and I don't suspect we'll have much more to say about this tale, aside from potential future reports of what went on behind the scenes, but generally it's known kind of what happened behind the scenes. And so this is all she wrote. This is kind of what you need to know, and this is the unceremonious end to an ambitious endeavor and venture that I wish could have panned out, that I wish could have been more compelling. But alas, I think it ultimately just fell in all of the live service trappings and all of the trend-chasing trappings that it's just not viable in this oversaturated market, and leadership just didn't
You'd make 4 spaceships in one planet that week.
to be able to steer the ship away from the iceberg and into...
Like I even helped like work on like the logo and design and everything of the logo pieces. Like, hey, I need help making the logo of our company.
An inevitable sinking and tragedy.
So much stupidity.
Massive flop. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is everything you need to know about the cautionary tale that Concord is. It certainly does not make me feel optimistic about
so much ego
PlayStation
and so much
future
stupidity in this
live
industry.
service endeavors, but I suppose only time will tell. In the meantime, let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on this whole...
Zakaria, you gotta watch out for people like that. Like, you said you want to get in this industry. Just keep your eye out for, I don't know, just people who are completely full of themselves and will take advantage of the fact that you're new.
Concord and Firewalk Studios situation, where things went astray, and what you think prospects look like for Sony's
work is work.
future
Don't
live service endeavors. And to be further
don't
updated
undersell
on
yourself.
all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions,
You got lucky you don't have to
stay
cook 'em
tuned
up
right
more.
here on Young Yeah. I'll see you
Dude,
guys
it sucked.
next
It
time.
really sucked.
Young out.
I'm just gonna listen to some music now. I'm gonna stop hate watching. I'll shut up and just keep working. How long have I been streaming? 2 hours 30 minutes. Yeah, let's just keep going. I still have energy. I might switch over to some gameplay in the next hour or two. I don't know what we'll play, but we'll play something. Too bad there's no Monster Hunter. until tomorrow.
my hand and hold it tight. 'Cause you and I are everywhere. The night is young. We're going down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by the river. Down, down, down by when you call the last light down. Moon reminds me of your grace, all the love I can't repay. Rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Moon, sun, oh, remind me of your grace, faith, care, all the love I can't repay. Moon, sun, oh, remind me of your grace, faith, care, all the love I can't repay. Dance upon the stars tonight, smile and pain will fade away. Words of mine will turn to ash when you call the last light down. Moon reminds me of your grace, all the love I can't repay. Rest and know that I will pray. Farewell, my dear old friend. Dance upon the
That's the question that came to mind. What is my weakest point and strongest point when it comes to sculpting? Cloth is probably my weakest point. Like I think I said that before. I don't really have the money to shell out on Marvelous. Like I don't really have money to subscribe to stuff like that. And I don't really want to pirate either, because as I've gotten more and more old, that sounds bad. As I get older, I feel like I need to be more legit. I just need to do things more seriously. No more fucking around with like pirated copies of anything. Especially with Project Nova. This is starting to get pretty serious, so I need to get like actual licenses and stuff that are for what I'm supposed to be doing. So yeah, cloth is my weakest. I don't know what my strongest point is. Maybe armor. But at this point, I kind of just do everything. Like I've done races, I've done creatures, I've done statues. Statues are kind of a weak point for me because I don't really like doing statues. I don't like doing one-off pieces that don't serve a whole lot of function. Like that kind of kills me inside. Yeah, exactly. Like, when you become more serious, you realize, like, these people, the software that you rely on, they really helped you out, didn't they? Like, they deserve something for sure. So yeah, just less pirating. Like, early on, I get it. Like, you're poor as fuck. How are you going to afford $1,000 for a license of ZBrush? Like, it just doesn't happen. Especially if you don't have any support from your parents, or like you're just on your own. Or like if you're in your case, like if you live in a third world country where $1,000 is like, God, I don't know how much, maybe like an entire year's salary. But depending on where you live. Yeah, I actually don't know what my strongest point is yet. I guess I have an eye. I have an art style. I think my art style is pretty strong. I've paid close attention to the history of gaming and just what people like and don't like. And I've combined that with kind of like real life references. I was pretty critical about the armor in the new Dragon Age game earlier in the stream, and that's because like I just know how much better it could have been if they didn't let go of their senior talent, or if they just like hired someone who knew how to make armor. There's a lot of people like that around. But no, they choose to just like really cut costs. Either that or they just had shit management with terrible deadlines. Just so fucking annoying to see so much waste and so much inefficiencies, so much mediocrity. Like we've got to do better as an industry. This is really bad. Yeah, literally anyone. I feel like they actually have too many artists at Grinding Gear. But that's it, like Grinding Gear is they're kind of the best of the industry outside of Blizzard when it comes to like medieval fantasy armor. Are they making it income? Path of Exile is free to play. Have you seen how much their armors cost? Like their MTX? Like the one that I made is like $90 if you buy the entire set. Maybe $80, I'm not sure. Haven't checked in a while. Their armors are very expensive. Their supporter packs, they have the highest... You can shell out like, I think like what? 400 to like $600 per season if you really wanted to on the highest tier of supporter pack. And then after that they also have battle passes. So you have Kirax Vault, right? And battle passes do insanely well. I'm not gonna say anything else because I'm worried Chris Wilson will kill me. But yeah, battle passes do very well. From if you want to make money. They also live in New Zealand where the cost of living is a bit lower than a lot of other areas. Although, like Auckland, right, it's a city, and all cities have higher costs of living in cities. That said, if their customer base in America is paying them United States dollars, they can convert that into New Zealand dollars, right? So actually, that $600 I'm shelling out, well, not me personally, but some people that are shelling out equals to like, what, how much New Zealand dollars? Like 600 USD to NZD is, yeah, 1,006 New Zealand dollars. So they also have that advantage. And they've just been really smart. Like they're one of the smartest dev teams out there. They're quite clever sneaky, clever New Zealanders. They also have loot boxes, and like if you want to play the game seriously, aside from loot boxes, you can also buy stash tabs. So you can buy extra inventory space, which is kind of necessary. Like the player base will tell you that you want at least a couple stash tabs, and each stash tab is like a few dollars each. So it's just a little bit of nickel and diming here and there. But it's worth it. It's a good game. Path of Exile is a good game. So yeah, they can get away with it because it's a good game. Oh, you want to work with them? Oh, good luck. Just send them an email. That's how I got my job. I sent them an email and they're like, oh yeah, just so happens that we are looking for just like someone like you. So that's how I got my foot in the door with them anyway. But be prepared to work your fucking ass off. They are the best of the best, and that includes how hard they work. You will never work as hard as you do in any other company than with Grinding Gear. They're basically the SEALs. They're like the Navy SEALs of game development. And if you don't make the cut, which I feel like I didn't, I don't think I was actually very good enough to like work with them. So that's another reason why I left. I feel like I still needed a few extra years in the oven as a game developer. Or a 3D artist, I mean. And when you're working that hard, another thing, you ask yourself, why am I working this hard? If I work this hard on my own project, you know, I can probably make a game like Path of Exile. That's the thing about joining AAA. Once you join them, you realize it's just a job. These people just like, they're making a game that they really want to make. But then you have to ask yourself, is this the game that you want to really make? Do you actually want to work on Path of Exile, or do you want to work on something greater, possibly? do you really want to work in the isometric style? Like, that's a huge question that you have to ask yourself. Because if you work in the isometric style, other companies will approach you. Like Blizzard. They'll be like, hey, can you work on Diablo 4 for us? Because that's also isometric. Yeah, I think I'm pretty tired of isometric. Plus, like, I already work on isometric for bare metal anyway, so I really want to get into the third-person camera perspective kind of game, where I can really get into the detail of things. Yeah, I mean, you can join a company with the intention of it being a stepping stone. That's fine. Personally, though, I just feel like I have too many ideas. I don't think I'll ever be content working at AAA ever again. I don't want to feel controlled about what I make. I'm gonna make whatever, and then players will want to play my game. Like, if I'm working that hard, it better be for myself, not for someone else. That's fair, you got hold. Wow. You don't have to put it like that. Jeez. I prefer wise. I've just gotten more wise. That's okay. You're just an old fuck now. Whatever. Okay, boomer. You just okay boomered me. Well, yeah, just keep that in mind as well. You're gonna get old as well someday. And then you're gonna realize, man, I guess I need to work myself. I'm not happy with my situation. Well, maybe you will be happy, who knows? Maybe you'll be happy to work on AAA games and maybe even like movies and stuff for the rest of your life. A lot of people are happy with that. Personally, I am way too independent for that sort of thing. I cannot be tamed. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. And it's gonna be sick as fuck because I made it. That's why. Yeah, just wait until you get younger people saying, "Hey, I want to be a game developer. Teach me your ways." You'll be a salty old man by then. You'll be like, "Man, you know, game dev isn't all it's cracked up to be." Kinda looks like Squidward. It's Squidward the bug. Well, there's people like that in every generation. The whole reason why the world is the way it is now is because, like, the previous generation wanted it easy. So they wanted it so easy that not only did they have it easy, they took away our future to make it easier on themselves. And now we are basically left with nothing. But that's like a generalization. A lot of YouTubers do this. They generalize because it's the easy thing to do. Yeah, I don't want easy. I'm one of the stupid ones that like it hard. I think challenge is fun, which is like, from a survival perspective, my breed is gonna die out because people like me like it hard. No homo. That sounds sus, man. Man, why does it smell like sussy in here? Oh man, I've been live for like 4 hours. Hey Davy, how's it going? If you get up and stretch a bit. I'll be right back. I gotta go stretch. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's going well. Work as usual.
Work, work.
Something to doing? Why is this like the wrong? It's good. Decimate that. Yeah, there we go. I'm like wondering why is that a 4K Dynamesh? Should be able to zero mesh this soon. Soonish. I want to sculpt the inside of the armor too, so we have the proper anatomy. Yeah, sure, man. Lurk away. I think I might just work this stream. Don't really feel like playing games. Not even sure what I'll play. I was thinking about playing some Diablo, but you know what? I should probably just get some more work done.
is gone, or so it seems, but game's not over yet. New cards are drawn, new hands are played, newcomers place a bet. A knave, a wizard, devil gift, the odds are cast anew, and Baldur's fate now turns upon the whims of fortune's few.
You guys know about the lore behind Daedric armor. Basically, there are these smiths that forge the souls of Daedra into the very surface of like plate armor, and that's how Daedric armor is made. So I'm kind of drawing on that same lore here. They use the captured Daedric essence to forge their arms and armor. So essentially, an entire suit of armor as a massive prison.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect and the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm. For now down here come the claws.
Lives, oh mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that couldn't be bought. Doomed, detected, and caught. No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over. This house of hope, you're doomed.
Here's another interesting fact about Morrowind. Did you know that Fargoth is a Bosmer? Whoa. Mind blown. Probably save it. It's been a while since I saved. Oh, fun fact! I just realized something. uh, my brother's wife, he's actually met this guy, Asteron, like the voice actor in real life. And like my older bro, he has a photo of himself with Sven, Sven Vink, Sven Vink, yeah. He's the lead developer at Baldur's Gate, so it's pretty fun. They seem like very, very fun people. He was at one of the Gamescoms recently, past couple months. I swear my bro's wife has like at least 3 photos of her with the voice actor. On different occasions.
wanted in. Oh darling, get me drunk and make me feel it's not my fault, I'm not to blame. These ain't my sins, I broke my chains. There's more to do and I still want to live.
I feel your breath upon my neck, a soft caress as cold as death. Cold as death. I feel your heart beat in my soul, our futures bound, our bodies know. Your blood like wine, I want it in. Oh darling, get me drunk, invite me. It's not my fault, I'm not to blame. These ain't my sins, I broke my chains. There's more to do if I can only leave. I can't go yet, don't let me die. I'll never stop until I'm done. But just tonight, maybe I'll rest in I feel your breath upon my neck, a soft caress as cold as death. I hear your heart beat in my soul, our endings bound, our bodies know. I can't go yet,
Don't let me die,
I want to live.
my only one. There's more to do if we can only live. The clock won't stop and this is what we get.
I feel your breath upon my neck, a soft caress as cold as death. I didn't know you well back then, blame it all on luck and vain. Your blood like wine, I want it in. Oh darling, get me drunk and make me feel it's not my fault, I'm not to blame. These ain't my sins, I broke my chains. There's more to do and I still want to live. I feel your breath upon my neck, a soft caress as cold as death. I feel your heart beat in my soul, our futures bound, our bodies know. Your blood like wine, I want it in. Oh darling, get me drunk and let me in. It's not my fault, to blame. These ain't my sins. I broke my chains. There's more to do if I can only live. I can't go yet. Don't let me die. I'll never stop until I'm done. But just tonight, maybe I'll rest in peace. I feel your breath upon my neck, a soft caress as cold as death. I hear your heartbeat in my soul. Our endings bound, our bodies know. I can't go yet. Don't let me die. I want to live, my only one. There's more to do if we can only live. The clock won't stop, and this is what we get.
Guys, I'm pretty tired. I think I'm gonna go to sleep here. Got a lot done. Thanks everyone for showing up. See you around, Zakaria, if you're still here. Bye, Davi. We'll be back tomorrow. Take care now.